Joseph Chong going to raise it. Over to Paul Hong, ace-3 suited. Ma Hao Hui, 8 deuce. Not to be today. Looks like action's going to fold once more around to Lu Shixiang. Seven four of clubs. He's got a little bit over 40 big blinds. Joseph is going to put in the call with the 9-4 suited. Both of these guys making a 4, but one of them is a little bit better than the other. Definitely some chance for these guys to chop it up on certain turns and rivers. You can see in the top of the screen, Leo with 17 outs to either make the best hand or chop it up. I have to see how it eventuates for him. Looks like a bet of 90,000. Very easy decision here. In goes the call. Queen of diamonds on the turn. Not what either player really wants to see. The repeat queen on the river is these guys will chop it up, but I think whoever fires first will take it. Instead, they're just going to check it down and chop all the biscuits up. As I can call them biscuits because Grant's not here. Getting a look at the chip counts, we can see 2 players sub 15 blinds. Nobody else with an obscene amount of chips. Definitely a fair bit out there, but there's nobody who's running away with this with around 100 big blinds. One big pot in either direction, and it could be a lot closer. Let us know who you're cheering for in the chat. Always curious to see who you guys want to see take these ones down. We've just got Facebook running at the moment, so I've got the Facebook chat open. Be able to see anything and everything that is said. Ooh, Kang Kyung Young. Ace King suited. It's going to find a raise to 160. Luoshi Xiang in the cutoff, still weighing up what the decision is here. It's like the floor is being called over, as there seems to be a little bit of a discrepancy with what's going on.
It's okay, it's okay. Bro. Cái big 要俾翻佢啊嘛。You forget the big bang, you forget to you.
Over to Luo Shixiang. Ace 10 offsuit now after the confirmation with the chips. He's going to let it go. Joseph Chong likewise, Queen 10, lets it go. Maha Hui, though, Queen Jack, probably good enough to at least defend.
Especially with the time banks and stuff, they just won't go out there before.
754 is a big blind board. Are we going to see Maha Hui lead into it? No, we're not. Just a check. And Kang doesn't look too comfortable. Queen of Diamonds is going to flip things around, though. Ma with the best hand now, turning top pair. Check, check on the turn. 9 of clubs. Now the question becomes, what size would you choose from the big blind if you were going to try and steal this pot away? We can see that there's no stealing to be had. He has the best hand, but what size would you choose to make it look like a steal? Maybe something like 125. Looks like he goes the opposite direction. Makes it 3-2-5. So another look at the ace-king. Not too happy with it. Does just let it go. And I think you probably could have worked out some value there from ace-high if you sized a little bit smaller, but I guess we'll never know.
This one. It's always the one. It's always the one. You Jason want that jacket? No, but the jacket very square.
Over to Paul Hong. King 7 of clubs. Does have less than 15 big, so definitely a fair enough fold. Action folding around a Joseph on the button. 3.4 million, just lets it go. Blind action, Maha Hui. The King 9 offsuit. Whilst the stack in seat 9 may not look very impressive, those yellows are worth 100,000 each, so there's still a considerable amount of chips in that stack. And with the ace-4 offsuit, you're going to be seeing a flop. It's just a matter of whether or not you 3-bet. Take these low wheel ace blockers. Now he's just going to put in the call. Flop brings Queen 10-9. Maha Hui finding bottom pair. Going to bet and take the pot down straight away.
No. Nice for my range, maybe. Good luck, New Zealand. Your shot stick. Good luck.
You open? I shot? Fold.
Brief pause in the action. Jason just going to fold Queen 8 suited. Wonder if the Woe is going to get rid of these deuces. Got around 45 blinds. No, he still thinks that's a little bit too shallow to be getting involved with them.
You know what to do.
Looks like we're going to have another blind v blind battle on our hands. Ooh, Kang with the ace-9, and I'm pretty sure the player in the big blind has less than 10 bigs. Or maybe even less than 14 bigs. And yeah, in goes all the chips. What is going to happen here? We are down to 13. bit of a grimace and a look up at the clock. King 5 offsuit for Paul Hong, and he's got 12 blinds. I think this is a little bit too wide. Wonder if he agrees. Weighing the options up back and forth. Apologies for the sound of my chair. What conclusion is he going to arrive at? Another time bank needs to be utilized. Oh, wow, he puts it in. Okay, let's gamble. Cards on their back. This is a gigantic call-off by Paul Hong. And he's not going to improve on that flop. Needs one of 5 outs. A king or a 5 on the river. And that will not do it. GG's to Paul Hong. He's going to get us down to 12. And now we are 2 off the money. Six plays here, 6 at the outer table. Top 10 will make the money. Where's Shishang? Oh, but Yushu Wang, 655k, waking up with the ladies. It's always a little bit suspicious when you've got a stack that's sub 10 bigs and you find a raise like this. It's really difficult. People don't really find the bluffs off this stack too much. It's going to fold over to the button. Looks like it was actually a raise to 200. So this guy started with 6 big blinds. And yeah, the 8-6 is going to go down. Very, very suspicious. Raising off of that stack. Raising to 200 with the queen jack this time instead of pocket queens. Just a call from the tens. Joseph Chong. Very interesting given how shallow this player is. Kang Kyung Young. With the door potentially opened. Oh, wow. But Liu Shang wakes up in the big blind with ace-king offsuit. And could we have a cooler between the two biggest stacks at the table on our hands? This could be a big pot brewing from absolutely nowhere. Oh, wow. It actually looks like he's going to rip. And I don't think he has 3.5 million. I think these stacks are actually all wrong. Yushu Wang, under the gun, does not have 655k. He's got a full stack of yellows. So this flat from Joseph definitely seems fine now. Now that I've got a better look at these stacks, I can tell that this is just an issue with the chip counts. What's even more curious, though, is what Joseph's going to do when it folds back to him, because I don't think the Queen Jack is going to be putting chips in here. This looks like a jump of 1.6 million, so only around 16 big blinds. And I'd have to say that 10s doesn't love it, but probably going to have to run this, because I think 9s and 8s are probably going to rip. Yep. In they go. All in and a call. Joseph Chong with a chance to be the chip leader. Oh, and it's a 10 high flop. Couple of hearts there for some backdoor love. Needs one of 6 hearts on the river, but instead it's the 5 of clubs. Joseph Chong up to 5.3 million. And just like that, we're down to 11. On the bubble now for the money. And we are officially going to begin hand for hand here. $11 left, 10 pay. Looks like we're going to have a player brought over, potentially. So we're just waiting for this hand-to-hand to kick off. I'm not sure if we're going to have coverage of the outer table. I'm sure the team on site is going to do their absolute best to try and make that a reality for us, but we'll have to see how we go. I'm going to ask the team now. Looks like for right now, we play on. Ace-8 suited for Joseph Chong. Fires out the raise. I don't think we have any very short stacks at this table. Kang Kun Young, Ace-7 suited. Looks like he's actually going to put in a 3-bet here to 525. Back over to Joseph. Recognizing that this is hand for hand and the bubble, I wonder if he ever chooses to 4-bet pile this one in. No, he's just going to play as a call. King 10 deuce, 1 diamond. Joseph checking it over. Kang gonna fire out a bet of 230. Joseph very quickly just relinquishing. Ace-Jack suited for Kang. Slight upgrade from the Ace-7. Over to Jason Park Wong. So we do slow down, waiting for things to happen at the outer table. 11 players remaining in this from a field of 63. Yushu, A6. Raising it up to 250. Joseph Chong in the small blind just going to flick in the call. Ma Hao Hui also just going to fold. So heads up. See what the flop will bring. 3-4 deuce. Couple of diamonds. Usually with a gut shot to a 6-card straight. Hope you're playing bonuses. Just king high for Joseph. Looks like he's fired out a bet. Joseph's going to come along with a call. 220 and a call. So off to a turn we go. 1.14 out there. 7 of diamond. Couple more outs away from Joseph. What are we going to see here from Yusu with that ace of diamonds? Looks like it's reaching for more. In goes a second shell, and I think this is going to spell the end of this hand unless Joseph's going to get really creative. No, he does just relinquish. Reason that play has slowed so severely, guys, is that there is 11 remaining, 10 paid. We are on the bubble for this event. Looks like we're still slowing down. From what I understand, we are still at 11. We'll be notified if there is a bust out at any of the other tables. Raise from the jacks over to Jason Park Wong. King 10 offsuit. Reaching for the call and looks like he's going to fire it in. Yeah, in it goes. 220 total. Quick look at how much he's playing. Eight four deuce. Bet at 250. Looks like Jason is considering floating with the king of spades. He initially grabbed the chips to call and then brought them back. Instead, the king 10 just goes down. Well, it looks like we do have an all-in at the outer table. Triangles being thrown one direction. Looks like two time banks have been utilized already. In go the call as we see the 5-6 against the 10-7. And it looks like that will potentially burst the bubble. Yes, it will. Just like that, the bubble is over. Two pair, no good against the rivered straight. As the crowd goes mild for the bubble bursting. Yeah, down to 10. Very brief applause from the featured table. And that is going to be 10 players remaining. These guys are in the money. The main event bubble lasted for about an hour and a half. The super high roller bubble lasting about 15 minutes. Ace Jack and Ace Queen raised from Joseph Chung with the Ace Jack. Kang just flatting it on the button. Action is going to go heads up between these guys. Let's see what the flop brings. Queen 9-8. That is all Kang Kyun-young. Four of clubs on the turn, changing not a whole lot at all. Looks like a bit of 275 on the turn from Kang, and Joseph with the gut shot probably not going to want to go anywhere in a hurry, and he does flick in the call. Be very interested on a 10 river to see if Joseph finds the lead. Instead, it is the deuce of spades, the biggest brick to ever brick. Check from Joseph. Kang going to try and get some value. Reaching deeply into that stack of yellow chips, 100,000 each they are. I don't know why I just went Yoda, but looks like he's going to fire out around 775. Snap fold from Joseph, and the pot goes one way. Maha Hui, aces up to 200. King 3 offsuit in the small blind for Yu Shu. What is Joseph Chong going to wake up? Oh my goodness. Well, this is a sick one. Joseph waking up with ace king suited in the big blind. These guys are 27 big blinds effective, and in Joseph's shoes, I think you could realistically just see a jam. But I don't think he's going to go that aggressively. He's going to reach for a 3-bet. Takes it up to 675. These guys are in the money, but we are on the final table bubble. And Maha Hui. Using one of those time banks. Looks like just a call. Setting this trap for future streets. 1.5 million in the middle. And I'm not entirely sure about the theory behind this, but trapping aces at this stack depth with an SPR of roughly 1.2 doesn't seem too bad. And on a king high board, He's going to get paid the absolute maximum because Joseph Chong is going to be very, very happy to probably just go bet jam here. Looks like he's reaching for 500 and in it goes. One third. Maha Hui has the ace of diamonds as well, so he has absolutely no reason then to fast play this. This is the easiest call of his life. Chips get slid in. What are we going to see on the turn? As this could be a chip lead pot that we're witnessing. 1.5 million behind, 2.5 out there, 3 of clubs. Joseph knows what the stack to pot ratio is. He size flop accordingly to be able to do this. Are we going to see a turn jam? We are. And chips are going to go in, and he's going to be very surprised to see aces. Bit of a nod of the head. Definitely a sick one. And given the check markers with the aces, it means that the other 2 kings must have already been folded pre-flop, as the ace king is not at risk. Needs to fade one of 2 kings, but it won't matter. The 5 of spades is a brick. Joseph Chung is going to slide down to 835 in an absolutely insane cooler. It looks like there is carnage happening at an outer table right now, so we could be around the corner from going to our FT. Queen 10-4. Yushu is going to raise 220. Joseph with ace-4. Probably just good enough to get ripped in. And he's going to have to fold. No, he does let go. Looks like out of table action. Forgive me for the background noise. As that looks like another familiar face from the high roller a couple of days ago. We're getting up close and personal there. Not sure what that's all about.
Just under 7. Thank you.
Still at 10. Joseph Chung, 4-3 suited. Not going to be doing anything here. He's going to really hope he can somehow sneak his way onto the FT. He's going to need an elimination at an outer table, I'd say. Kang Kyun Young's getting a look at this stack in the big blind. Seeing what he can do with the stack that he has in front of him. Looks like he's reaching for around 700. 800. It's a player with 2 million in the big blind, and wow, this is a very interesting raise. Jason Park Wong. Announces all in. And for the amount that Kang has put in, he can't be folding, and he slides over the King Jack. And, well, this could be our final table, folks. Needs to find a 9 or a lot of spades. What is it going to be? Neither of those. A 9 only, a 4 or a 3. Instead, it's a Broadway straight for the King Jack, and GG's in the chat for Jason Park Wong. And with that, we are going to be on our final table. So we're going to take a quick 15-minute pause. When we come back, it won't be myself in the booth. It will be Grant. We're going to be doing a quick changeover, but we'll be back in about 15 minutes' time for the final table of the Prestige Super High Roller. And an opportunity for one of these guys to win that dragon. See you relatively soon.
997 entry. In the first place, we'll be taking home 360 million won. Congratulations, we have our final table. Total of 997 entry. In the first place, we'll be taking home 360 million won. Congratulations, we have our final table. 997 entry. In the first place, we'll be taking home 360 million won. Congratulations, we have our final table. Total of 997 entry. In the first place, we'll be taking home 360 million won. Congratulations, we have our final table.
Let me back at 'em. Let's go, ladies and gents. Welcome back to your Prestige Super High Roller second and final day. And I have to say, this one is going to be a bit of a party here because blind's kicking off at 50k.
On. 925.
Here, Joseph Chong, 9 big blinds, Queen Jack of Diamonds, sends it into the middle, triangle time. And yeah, if you're tuned in right now, I want to know where you're watching from, who you're rooting for. As Ma Hao Hui, wow, makes the call,
Yes.
and Yun Chao now has a decision on his hands here. How does one proceed with the 10s? You do have Ma Hao Hui massively covered, but of course, he can be trapping here. And honestly, I have no idea what to do in this spot. It's pretty sick that we haven't seen the cards of Ma Hao Hui either, because now it just puts us in the blender. We are literally sitting here at home in the same position as Yun Chao. What do you do with 10s here? Let me know in the chat which way you would go here. Perhaps jam. And yeah, he's just going to elect to call. So playing this one cautiously. We're going to see at least a flop here with money on the side. Shout out Mr. Martin Nielsen. Hello there, handsome.
This one might be it.
Welcome to this feature table.
Do.
Sending you some heat, sending you some love, as
Time
always.
for this tournament, yeah.
And no homo there. Wow. What a flop to see here for Yun Chao. Top set, 10-6-3, 2 diamonds. And yeah, absolutely loving life. Of course, Joseph does have a flush draw. It's not over yet. And wow, even more outs now for your WSOP main event champion. And in 9 or ace would also give him the best hand here. Alrighty, shout out to Magnus Lilsberg, watching from the Faroe Islands. Thanks for being here. And also rooting for Martin Nielsen. Martin, he's a legend, absolute beast of this game as well. So yeah, he has every right and chance to potentially take down this Prestige Super High Roller here in Jeju. Shout out to Ryan Tay, thank you, sir. But of course, as always, I have no chance in this one. Won't be closing out this tournament. Same old story. Finally now, Yun Chao will put some chips into the middle. Try to squeeze out some value here. Ma Hao Hui, you naughty boy. Put your cards in the box, sir, because we still are yet to see what you are holding.
Too many fucking outs.
And just like that, ladies and gents, I do believe we say GG to Mr. Joseph Chong. Pretty sick indeed there. A lot of outs for your WSOP main event winner. And unfortunately, once again, the same thing happened a few days ago. And yeah, we are going to take a quick 15-minute break just like that. So crazy. We already lose one player. But all right, guys, 15 minutes, ladies and gents, then come right back because we're 8-handed now in the Super High Roller. And later today, we'll have a champion. See you very soon.
The grand total of 997 entry. In the first place, we'll be taking home 360 million won. Congratulations, we have our final table. Total 997 entry. In the first place, we'll be taking home 360 million won. Congratulations, we have our final table. total of 997 entry. In the first place, we'll be taking home 360 million won. Congratulations, we have our final table. Total of 997 entry. In the first place, we'll be taking home 360 million won. Congratulations, we have our final table. total of 997 entry. In the first place, we'll be taking home 360 million won. Congratulations, we have our final table.
Alrighty, I'm going to need to speak very quickly. If the action continues as fast as it went right before this break, we saw us lose a player in the very first hand of the final table, Mr. Joseph Chung. GG, sir, your 9th place finisher. And just like that, we come back after that 15-minute break now. 8 players remaining in this prestige super high roller. I don't believe that graphic top right is correct, unless we started for some reason 10-handed. But yeah, Joseph there, his Queen Jack of Diamonds, falling victim to Yu Chao's pocket tens. This gentleman here, I'm trying to scam someone for an extra time bank. No chance, sir. I'm on to you and know exactly what's happening here. Ace 5 of spades, the GTO wizard powerhouse, comes in for the raise here. $250,000 to go. Puntonymous himself here, Mr. Anton Liu. Welcome, welcome, sir. Get ready for some abuse here at this final table. That's if you manage to stick around long enough for me to think of anything quirky enough to say to you. As we see Kang, best seat in the house, on the button here, ace queen offsuit. And someone here on the rail, Mandarin name, unsure, can't read, sorry sir, but he does say go to BTS, Sun, Blackpink, Kang, Huan Yong. Wow, this man here, 5 people at the final table rooting for. I'm sorry sir, but I'm not about it. Come on, you've got to choose your hero and stick to them. Be faithful. That being said, hard for me to also choose a single person at this final table. I'm a big fan of the game of Anton Liu. I know Martin Nielsen, more of a short deck player, but perhaps this gentleman running good. When it's your time in a tournament, right? So, yeah, kind of rooting for Martin as well. And don't you dare throw the race card at me. I don't want to hear it. I chose the only white person at the table and the only Australian. And yeah, amazing flop here for Kang. Top pair, top kicker, nut flush draw. What else could you ask for? But I don't think Yuzu will be continuing here, completely whiffing this flop. Surely we find a check fold here. Very small sizing from Kang. Less than 1/4 pot. I like it. When you lock up the board and have the ace to go with your hand, no need to size up there. So yeah, good sizing on a c-bet, but unfortunate, like I said, ace 5 of spades. Pretty much impossible to continue there. And in seat 1, we have James Mendoza representing the Philippines. This guy, absolute beast, monster of the game. Yeah, every time I see him play, unbelievable. So feel blessed to have him in our presence again. Get to see cards at footage of him at a final table now. We had him earlier this week on a feature table, but now we get to see him on a final. So ICM is now like fully in play. Let's see how he differentiates his gameplay from before. My OCD absolutely killing me right now. I've got to get this light switch out of frame. I'll figure out how to do it in a second. I keep playing around with the angle of the sofa, and every time it just appears right back there. Anton Liu. Anton never loses, some say. Fortunately for him, Yun Chao not taking that spot. Interesting for Mr. Nielsen now. Potential opportunity to jam. Does he think he has any fold equity here against the open of Anton? He's going to take it. He will jam. And Yun Chao passed upon the opportunity to 3-bet the ace-5 suited on the button. So we'll get a count here. I think this is 9 big blinds total. I don't think Anton can fold here, given the price. He's getting almost 2-1. Even against ace-king here, got more than enough equity to make the call. Let's see what Mr. Anton Zen Zhao Lu is thinking in this spot here. If he does make the call, he'll be delighted to see the pocket fours. Coin flip. Yeah, you love to see it. Using the time bank when it makes sense. Shout out to HT Kim on the rail. Let's get that dragon, baby. Someone's going to get it here. One of these fine specimens. All right, someone needs to call the clock on Anton here. Somebody hide his time banks and force him into a decision. All righty. Tight is right. Very close spot. Of course, if you could see the cards, his chips would already be... Can't even get it out. His chips would already be in the middle. Obviously, poker, not that easy. And why would you want it to be? Beautiful puzzle of a game.
If I had the ace, I would have called instead of my other card. Ace-5.
Ma Hao Hui on your screen right there. What a little cutie. Amazing player as well. Don't judge a book by its cover. This gentleman, yes, he looks small and cute, but he is a very aggressive specimen of a man. Really puts the heat on his opponents. And if you are watching over on the YouTube, drop me a comment. Let me know who you're rooting for. Send me some banter. Send me some abuse. Always welcomed, of course. The more the merrier. Thanks for being here. This FT coverage of your Prestige Super High Roller. Anton Liu running off there to go and get some advice from his boyfriend. His boyfriend Julian Warhurst, I believe, on the rail, coaching him throughout this final table. Song Young-kyu, Blind v Blind Olympia, covering Stack Wang. Jacking off here in the big blind. See if he wants to be aggressive here or take the passive route and go slowly with the jacking off. Looks like he's going fast. And just under 3 big blinds is good enough to get the job done. Mystery hand there. Naughty boy in the small blind didn't put his cards into the box, but that's okay. We'll let him off for now. All right, blind v blind action. Yuzu Wang, King 5 offsuit, can go either way here. He elects to just complete from the small blind. Ma Hao Hui, happy to check this one back. Someone's got to go give Ma Hao Hui a little slap, because he keeps failing to put his cards in the box. Yeah, min bet there. Amazing flop, 2 pair. Monotone texture though. Doesn't want to let any more spades roll off, so he's happy to just bet out. But not sure what Ma Hao Hui was holding, but wasn't good enough there to even invest a single big blind. Mr. Nielsen. Got a monster. How does he want to play it? Feels as though it's too good and he's a little bit too deep stacked here to just jam. So we are going to see the min raise. I like it, sir. Can we now induce a reshove behind from Youngkyu? Youngkyu asking for a count. Martin telling him 1.6. Martin looking like a boss here with his shades on. So, you know what? I'm going to join him. Let's go. Mr. Nielsen here. He has indeed got the little click from Youngkyu behind with the dominated king-queen off. So action back on your boy now, Nielsen. And I'm pretty sure we know where this one is going. It's triangle time. Yeah, sends it across the line. King-queen. Haha. Cheeky smile. Hand in the cookie jar. Gives himself a slap so Martin doesn't need to do it. Shows the good stuff. Yeah, good hand indeed. Nice pickup there for Mr. Nielsen. Happy to chip up and stay alive and uncontested at the final table is never a bad thing.
You bluff? Yeah. 他很聪明，他不投机的。他很聪明，他不投机，no bluff. Yeah, 投机 means yeah, bluff. Stand up together. No, don't you?
Yun Chao's open, quarter milli. Getting through everyone so far. Yep. Mr. Liu with the high trajectory fold. Absolute dust flew into the air. And raise and take it for Yun Chao. Still at the top of your leaderboard here. 12 million chips. Just under 100 bigs. Pretty good structured event here. So, yeah, local time, 9 p.m. Don't expect this one to wrap up anytime soon. Let's go, Martin. Straight back on the horse, back in the saddle, my friend. Why not? I've got a hand that we can happily race fold here. We'll use that early position. Range to our advantage here. Let's see how Mendoza approaches this spot. Once again, the min open, getting through. Might face some resistance in the big blind here. Kang. Yeah, suited holding, but when it's so low, 4 deuce there. And Martin is opening from sub 20 big blind stack. We have to think potentially he's got some big pairs in his range too. And do you really want to be getting involved with a hand like 4 deuce? I think the answer is absolutely not, right? Mr. Nielsen folding the Janina. Wow. Yuzu Wang. Best of them all here. Pocket aces. Middle position. Same old story. The raise is just getting through. Yun Chao. 5-3 of diamonds. Slight improvement on the 4 deuce. We saw Kang fold in the big blind last hand. Also Yun Chao has a lot more chips. And also Wang is opening, off a much deeper stack. But still, no. Chip leader. Not offending. And yeah, what a shame. That gentleman there picked up the aces, but very anticlimactic result.
妈的，老子保护你，马上就看直播 AA。人家在说，也看就知道了，我他妈，到时候去看呀。
但他上次跟我说他 A6，他真的是少看 A，他射都报对。我捷克连张输血。
我就害怕你拿这种牌要给我cross了，老子当场就叫毙命。
不是真是捷克连张。我
真是 AA，我还跟你说啥嘛？
但是大拿的捷克连张输血。
老子害怕呀，我就害怕你拿这种牌扣我。那不死都死在这个上吗？I have ICM. I know ICM. Everybody. I know ICM. You know ICM? ICM.
ICM.
Oh, you know? Very good.
Very good.
Very good.
ICM.
No bluff. Okay? Never bluff.
Let's see about that, my friend. Telling the table he never bluffs. We're on to you, sir. That time he had the goods, but I'm not always sure it's that way. We can find out over time, though. We'll be watching closely. Yun Chao got the 10s again. Small blind versus cut off. Takes the passive route once again. Flat calling. Will that invite Mr. Nielsen into the party? Does actually slip my mind where this gentleman's from. Either Norway or Denmark. Those two countries coming to mind. If any fans of Martin are watching, please let me know in the chat where Mr. Nielsen resides from. I believe it's Norway or Denmark. Those are the two that I'm going to go for. Faroe Islands. Interesting. Don't know why, but thought Martin was Scandinavian. He certainly looks that way. Blonde hair. And those beautiful, bright blue eyes. Absolutely mesmerizing. I get lost every time I look into them. As we do see Anton checking back the flop and happy to call the lead on the turn. However, now an overcard for both gentlemen on the river. Let's see how Yun Chao wants to play this spot. Happy to check, so is Lou. And Anton does lose sometimes. So Yun Chao, pocket tens, proving good once again.
Can I have a carrot juice, please? Carrot juice. Thank you. Oh.
Yeah, I'm very aware of the Faroe Islands. I just don't know why this gentleman struck me. I really thought like I've seen his name before with the flag. Norway. No idea. Completely way off. But it's okay. We'll call him a Scandi for now. Mr. Martin Nielsen from Gothenburg, Sweden. With his Swedish blonde hair. Mendoza here. Suited connectors, but I don't know if our stack depth warrants us to be able to open here. We're sub 20 bigs. Yeah. I think Tight is right with these kind of holdings. Blue behind with the snowmen. Happy to open this one up with the pocket eights. Yeah, this gentleman confirming that I think Martin passing wind here at this final table, getting a bit excited that there's only 8 players left. Might be about to win another trophy. And the player next to him can't stand the aroma. Covering up there with his t-shirt, put his shirt over his nose. And we haven't seen Chris Lebroho for at least a few hours in the background. Starting to get worried about Chris now. You know, he's getting on a little bit. He's not that old yet, but I mean, he's older than he thinks he is. But, you know, he lives his life in the fast lane. That's why we love him, but still. Haven't seen him for a while. Anyone knows where Chris is, send him our way. Would love to see his fresh face on the stream. And a waitress delivering a carrot juice. Each to their own, but yeah. Not for me, no chance. Easy decisions for Mendoza. Easy decisions for Lou. That's just variance. Mendoza getting hit with the bottom half of the deck in terms of range. Anton Lou somewhere near the top. Kang just pitching the 4s. Oh, Martin. You naughty boy, sir. Action out of turn. That might be a penalty. Yun Chao.
The dragon camouflages the hurts. The dragon camouflages the hurts. It's a good excuse. It's a very good excuse.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate for Martin. He does have a good argument. Cards are pretty much impossible to see on top of that dragon. But still, it is the player's responsibility to pay attention to the action. And if you haven't seen your opponent fold, then you can always ask the dealer where the action is at and if it is indeed on you before you fold. So it is still an excuse, like the floor said. Bossman, Mr. Poe, not taking any prisoners. One hand penalty. And now Mr. Liu, ace queen off against the chip leader. How do you proceed here? And he believes the best course of action is with a 4-bet here. Think he's probably doing this with the intention to fold to a jam. This move here will just clear out all the bluffs of Yun Chao, and all of his nutted hands come back over the top. But I'm unsure. Maybe these guys got history. Maybe Anton, such a sicko that he will induce this hand here and call off. Question is, how does Mr. Yun Chao play against this? And yeah, don't see me, sir. Someone go and check his forehead, check his temperature. Ordering a carrot juice instead of a beer when he is at a final table. That is a very strange behavior. I'm extremely worried about Martin. Time banks deployed from Yun Chao. Being put in the blender here by Anton. Lovely pickup for the Aussie. Cheeky little 4-bet there. The ace queen offsuit. Worked out a treat.
有牌，但是必须得4B4的。管你，反正我觉得你在保护我。
Finally, Anton can sit this one out. Gets a trashy hand, easy decision. Yun Chao, chip leader, doing chip leader things here. Opening up from the hijack, ace-8 offsuit. And of course, Mr. Nielsen, one-hand penalty. So effectively, Yun Chao knows he's opening from the cutoff in this hand. Big blind, Ma Hao Hui. Starts the hand 25 bigs. I think the cameraman just fallen over there. Being attacked by Mr. Wang. So perhaps a one-hand penalty for Mr. Wang as well. Ma Hao Hui, triangle time. That reshove going to get through there. Pocket tens for Ma Hao Hui.
你就读的这么准。
没办法，就来找兄弟帮我刷。开玩笑说，该怎样？
Wow, Mr. Anton Liu there, making the most of the rate back. Good on you, sir. Looks like a cucumber water and an orange juice. If that was me, I'd have at least 4 drinks and 7 meals right now. Mendoza happy to pay one big blind more. To see the flop here out of position. 7-8 offsuit. Not too bad. King 8-5. Complete whiff for Mr. Wang. But a nice board. For that pre-flop raiser's range. Therefore, gets to c-bet this board at a high frequency with a small sizing. Mendoza, check call. SPR 1.8 effectively as we go to the turn. 5 of diamonds. Could see some leading here from the big blind. It's a card that favors big blind's range a bit more than the button. Mendoza, check this one over again. Wang now, if he's trying to bet, not really sure what he's trying to fold out here. We have a spade that's blocking the flush draw. It's pretty unlikely our opponent has ace high. That might have jammed pre-flop. Sounds like 6-7. Well, we were beating them, not anymore. Quick check Mendoza. And I do think there's something to be seen here in the timing of that check on the river. Very quick, and Mendoza's a great player. If he had nothing, if he was supposed to bluff his hand with no showdown value, surely he thinks about it a bit longer before deciding to give up. Therefore, we know now he's actually got something, and going into potentially check call mode if he's not willing to bet himself. So this wouldn't be a spot typically you would want to bluff if you did pick up on that timing, and indeed it is indicative of what I've just said. But that's the great thing about poker. You make these reads, you never truly know. You're using intuition together with a lot of science of the psychology of what you see in front of you. But that never gives you an exact answer, and wow. We see the jam here from Wang. 1.8x pot. Very interesting indeed. Can Mendoza sniff this one out here? What hands would take this line? Maybe a strong king that check back the turn for pot control. Maybe pocket nines. Obviously, we can see the cards and we know something is fishy here, but it's very tough in Mendoza's shoes to be in this spot on a final table. Obviously, can't see the cards and still be able to sniff this one out. You can see, though, he's not buying it straight away. So we'll give credit to Mendoza for at least thinking about this one. Even if he does make the fold, still will give props to him. And again, going back to what I was saying about that timing on the river. Mendoza snap checking, perhaps Wang. Wow, picked up on it and knew he was capped, but Mendoza, take a bow, sir. What an absolute beast. Amazing, sir. Crazy double up there for Mendoza. Huge swing in things here. This is so crucial, eight-handed, and Mendoza now has a chance to win this tournament from that hero call. You know what they say, not all heroes wear capes. Very impressive stuff. And yeah, already had a lot of respect for Mendoza.
没什么压力。
Wow.
哎呀，粗糙啊，
That-
粗糙，
Through the roof.
粗糙啊！打多了，打多了，半颗就可以了，妈，给多送。
Mr. Nielsen. Ace 10 of clubs here.
粗糙啊，粗糙啊！我是你妈。
Quarter milli to go.
啊，操，粗糙啊！他妈底池100万，老子妈合理空气，我直接推到all in。
Just a raise and take it for the handsome Scandinavian. And I've had the pleasure to have a few beverages with Mr. Nielsen before. That man, he can handle himself, I'll say that for sure. What's even more impressive, that man's recovery, his ability to be in the poker room the very next day, grinding, somehow managing to build a stack with a brutal hangover. And that's what the shades are for him. Not for myself, obviously, it's different. I'm just wearing the shades because I want to be like my idol, Martin. But for him, yeah, sometimes he needs those shades, not just to hide his towels from his twitching eyes, but sometimes he's got a brutal hangover and just wants to shut the world out. As we see Ma Hao Hui open the cutoff. Mendoza, possible 3-bet bluff spot. Doesn't want to take it. Kang in the big blind. Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, doesn't want to defend it. Queen 3 offsuit there, not good enough. It's very quiet without Mr. Jordan Bromley in attendance. Have to say, this lack of Aussie twang, rather deflating, to be honest. Yeah, very disappointing after the emotions I've experienced whilst working with him. As we see battle of the trash here, blind v blind. No one playing it any different to how it looks here. Very passively. All right, Kang takes a stab on the turn. Gets the 10 high to fold. Nice hand, sir. Great spot to go for it. Very unlikely your opponent has an ace there after checking back pre and checking the flop. So yeah, we can bet our hands with no equity, no showdown, and try and fold out other high card hands that are beating us, of course. Wow, Mr. Martin Nielsen showcasing his Mandarin skills And I know that gentleman has been putting the work in. He's been grinding, because when I saw him in Jeju many months ago, he was already studying back then. I do believe he uses an app called Duolingo. Had a 100-day streak, if I'm not mistaken. Pretty darn impressive, sir. Good for you. And they say that learning a language is one of those activities that activates a certain part of the brain, very healthy for positive attitude and mental health. Interesting spot. Shades are going on. Let's do this, my brother. I think this is a great spot here to jam. Mendoza opening from the hijack, somewhat late position. Yep, he does take the spot. Our hand doesn't exactly flop that well. We don't want to set mine off such a short stack. But there's a lot of dead money in the middle. A lot of fold equity against two Broadway cards. So yeah, I think that is the play. Gets the fold. Great pickup for Mr. Nielsen. Mr. Nielsen puts the hammer down. Oh, getting snapped to see his face. Walked into it here, hand in the cookie jar, blind v blind. Jamming 11 bigs effective. Easy snap call for Yunkyu. Standing up though, it's not a good karma, sir. Nielsen going to need a miracle to crack the aces here. Otherwise, he himself will be the one left short, 10 bigs behind. It's not looking great. It's very bleak. Backdoor clubs covered by Yunkyu. Yeah, so with that turn card, check mark. Full double up for Song here. But yeah, pretty standard stuff from Martin. Can't exactly call it a mistake. And that would be a very results-orientated mindset there to now start to berate yourself for making that play before the cards were turned. It was indeed a profitable move. So the long term is only what matters. The outcome of that decision, not the outcome of the hand.
Why don't you open? Fish.
Mm-hmm. Martin, absolute legend, berating the button for folding, calling him a fish. Why don't you open, sir? and he can fold his king 3. Yeah. Gotta love Martin.
Faroe Islands. Follow Tune now. Follow Tune now.
Decision for Wang. Seemingly unsure whether to defend here with king 6 off against this under the gun open. But he will take the opportunity. Good flop for his hand. Top pair on king queen 7 rainbow, but a great board for the range of Hao Hui under the gun. C-bet from Ma. Check call from Wang here. To the turn we go. 8 of clubs. Shout out to Sangwoo. Good to have you back with us. Ma Hao Hui can't haven't found the box yet. And he hasn't found the gas pedal. The brake, sorry. Still on the gas pedal. Betting turn. SPR now. 0.6. I think Wang, yeah, you have to check this one. And just decide based on what your opponent does. Here we go. Sends it in. Requesting the rest of Wang's stack. Now king 6. You hear the sigh from Yuzu. That says it all. We have a pure bluff catcher. Very tough spot. We know Ma Hao Hui is very capable. But he also knows that himself. So would he really try and run a 3 streets bluff here? But then he knows that we know that he knows that we know that. So would he then do it anyway? And yeah, that's where the leveling war begins. And I'm sure now Wang playing that game inside his mind right now. If you call and you're wrong here, the dream is over. You are out of there in 8th place. But if you fold, you can live to fight another day. You have 8 big blinds behind. It's not great, but it's something. A lot of draws on the turn. did eventually brick on the river, and we aren't necessarily blocking any of those draws. Hands with the 10, Jack, 9, or club in them. And I think I will lean towards calling here. Would be nice to actually see Ma Haohui's cards at the end of all of this, even if Wang doesn't call. But of course, if Wang does call, we don't rely on him putting them in the box. Cards will be on their backs, and we'll get to see anyway. Makes a big fold. Ma Haohui, wow. Turned a set. Amazing fold in the end. So I would have been out of there. I would have called off. I would have been showered by the set of 8s.
I cannot fold, but you all in, oh, I will fold. Oh, yeah, professional fold.
He said it himself. He knows professional fold because Ma Haohui knows he doesn't care about ICM. Knows he will call. Therefore, you shouldn't bluff him. Ma Haohui wasn't bluffing, so yeah. Professional fold. I'll give him that.
AK 吗？哎，宝宝 ，AK 吗？哎，那你不说话。你让我提前知道我，我这个我到底是。
We hear him now interrogating Ma Haohui, asking if it was Ace King. It was even better than that, sir. Don't worry, you made a great fold.
我没有弃牌键。这里面也没什么鸡巴鸡吧，鸡不多吧，就是他妈10勾 miss，A 圈然后硬是 bluff 我转炸，管他了，我要重新活起来。好鸡巴驴抱抱。
And I'm unsure if this is posturing here from Martin. Does he think that Ma Hao Hui is way out of line? Not sure if he's actually considering cooling off here with the Queen Jack, or just posturing to save face, to pretend like he wasn't opening light. He says, whatever, sticks it in. And Mr. Nielsen, he's going to need some help here if he's going to survive. Cards on their backs. Martin all in and at risk. Oh, great flop for him, but wow. Not flush draw for Ma Hao Hui. Far but over. Martin needs to dodge a lot of outs here to stay alive. 3 of spades. Nice and clean for him. One more like that needed. 7 of spades. That'll do it, sir. Martin back up to over 3 million now.
Not fair. Yeah. Jack of Justice.
Mr. Wang there doesn't look too pleased. Just got denied of a potential ladder.
He's right. He's right. Fish.
But still, we remain 8-handed at this Prestige Super High Roller final table. Lost Joseph Chong in the very first hand, but after that, it's been a stalemate between these guys. A couple of all-ins, but yeah, everybody so far doubling up. Nobody heading to the exit.
Service? Get the burger. Burger, please.
Spicy one here. Anton Liu, 2 pair aces up. Yonkyu, top pair. The only player holding a spade here on this monotone texture. Can obviously make the best hand with any 8-jack or spade. Just a call here from Anton. Obviously could be behind to flopped flushes as well. Safe looking turn for the Aussie. And if you're songed now, how do you want to construct your range on this turn? Is ace jack here good enough to go for 3 streets? And he will check back, and surely, not only after that action, but with this river, Anton now feels so comfortable that he does indeed have the best hand. So now it's just a case of trying to take Song to Value Town and thinking of how much he's willing to pay you. I think we can just target Ace-X specifically here. Looked like he got snapped off there. Indeed he did. So about 40% pot on the river. Potentially targeting an ace. Potentially targeting 10x. But yeah, the fact that his opponent snapped it off potentially suggested he could have gone a little bit bigger in this specific instance. Probably a hand we might have seen Anton V-pip at an earlier stage of the tournament, but yeah. Not looking to peel out of position against the chip leader on the final table. However, Kang, easy defend ace-jack offsuit from the big blind. We saw Martin fold pocket sevens under the gun +1. 22 bigs, I think it's probably a good fold. It's very difficult to think about what other options we have on the table. Ace of diamonds in the hand of Kang. Hand good enough for a check call. Lovely turn card for the Korean. And the sixes now going into showdown mode. Checking back here. King of clubs on the river. Not a great card for Kang to see. And yeah, sixes holding up there. Yun Chao slightly increasing his chip lead here at this super high roller final table. 8 players remaining from an original 63. I do believe we had 10 players in the money for this one. Spicy from Kang. 3-betting from the small blind against the open of Ma Hao Hui from the hijack. Not typically a hand that you see going for it here. No blocker effects. And Ma Hao Hui had the perfect hand to 4-bet bluff jam, but he's not going to take the spot here. Elects to fold. Hasn't seen Kang getting too out of line so far. And shout out to Martin's Railbird there in the chat. Says Martin is doing an amazing job. Go for it. I'm also rooting for your boy, Mr. Nielsen, as we see him now checking out his limited edition exclusive final tableist Red Dragon cap. And let's see if he's going to elect to wear it here. We all know the Red Dragon final table cap increases your chances of winning by at least 10%. Oh wow, Mr. Nielsen. Swaggerlicious. He's flossing and he's bossing. And he is really Rick Rossing. As we see Yuzu Wang here, all in with the snowmen. 1.1 milli.
Go. Let's go. Go. 1、2、3、4、5全部给我扩进来，500万。5 million， 500万 ，Let's go。投机。Go。我上头喽，我好蠢，我投机，投上头喽。投机，包投机，我现在不能还喽，我跟你说。按理是真起不了我耳边，这妈套是这样严重的顶队怎么起得掉？唯一的原因就是我打到他们说，他可能想打掉我一些，如果投机可能就太弱，打掉一些什么牌。他妈的，但我觉得他不会。别让老子活过来，老子跟他拼命了。我要看这个币到底是不是偷我，他妈的币如果偷我，老子跟他说，你滚，老子先看。你看一下那个我7掉的顶队，他妈的是不是投机？这币如果投机了，待会儿锤死了，而不锤了，他妈的。
Yeah, pretty nice spot to take there for Yun Chao, getting to open jam. Martin behind him, and also the big blind. Sub 20 bigs. Small pair. Easy there to request the triangle. Wow, look at Martin Nielsen there. He's got me questioning my sexuality right now. He's looking absolutely fantastic in that hat and the shades. And that's the reason I'm wearing the sunglasses right now. Inspired by my idol, Mr. Nielsen. And everyone's saying he's from the Faroe Islands. No, you're mistaken. He's actually Scandinavian. Yeah, he's from Sweden, as you can see from his beach blonde hair. And someone even asked him at the table where he's from, and he said the Faroe Islands. So even Martin A little bit confused right now, but that's okay. He's been playing for long hours. This game can get to you. We've all been there. All right, we do have an all-in and a call. Young Q jamming from the small blind. Not sure why he's standing up. You've got chips behind, sir. But in this hand, you are indeed behind. Wang, 9 bigs, snaps it off. King 10 offsuit here. 2-1 favourite for the double up is Yuzu Wang. And if Queen 6 here can somehow get there, we'll be down to 7. That's an amazing start for Wang. 82% equity after flopping top pair. There is light at the end of the tunnel, but no. Barry Greenstein. Good enough for the victory rap, it seemed there. I thought he was going to start breaking out into some rap lyrics. Who could blame him? Shout out Christopher, the leader there on your screen. Hello, sir. I hope you're doing well on this fine evening. It's day 2 coverage of your Prestige Super High Roller. Yun Chao being the chip leader throughout. Nobody caught him up yet. Mr. Anton Liu sitting right behind him, looking to take pole position, I'm sure. Yeah, he took it well there, that gentleman. Got caught handing the cookie jar. Now he's the super short stack. Looks like Mr. Nielsen working up an appetite. You better save me some French fries, sir. It's been a long day. I'm starting to get agitated here, starting to get hangry. And these guys playing very tight as well. No one wanting to bust. So it's a game of frustration levels here in the booth. Starting to rise. My blood starting to simmer, starting to bubble. Good job I'm not at the table right now, because I'll be blasting my chips off with this 7-3 offsuit here. Perfect spot to try and let off some steam. But Mendoza, he's cool as a cucumber. Gets out of the way there. Wow. Yun Chao. Starting to look like your time, my friend. Got a cheeky smile on his face here because he's got 2 ladies. Oh, Ma Hao Hui looks interested. Don't do it, brother. Does rejam his last 18 bigs into the middle here. Pocket 9s. Great hand, but unfortunately way behind. If we don't see a 9, this will be the death of Mr. Ma Hao Hui. Here at your Super High Roller final table, Martin enjoying his burger there, patiently watching on, potentially about to earn some money by laddering up here. Some backdoor straight draws are potential. Dead on the turn. Check mark with Mr. Yun Chao. And once again, further advancing his chip lead. GG's in the chat there. For Mr. Ma Hao Hui, one of my favorite players. Amazing personality. Great guy. GG, sir. I know you'll be back at a final table very soon. But for now, that is all she wrote for the Chinese superstar here in the Prestige Super High Roller. 8th place finish. Down to 7. Things starting to heat up now.
Service. Service. Hello? Service. Oh, latte. Ice. Thank you.
Order that coffee. Get that rake back, my friend. And with that elimination, a small pay jump. Everyone now guaranteed over 32 million. 6th place, almost 39 million. And wow.
So sorry.
You heard it from Yonkyu. Wow, indeed, because Wang rejamming the queens behind. Now, this is a very interesting spot here for Yun Chao. He's got his favorite hand 10s. Wow, Anton Liu folding ace jack there. Yeah, it's so sick. Yun Chao. 10s have fared him well. 22 bigs is the jam from Wang. Obviously, this can't be a bluff here when Yonkyu is all in. Wang is never going to rejam wide. Pretty sick spot for the 10s. Perhaps we fold the 10s and we call with jacks and better here. And yeah, just 6 eliminations over the champion. Could go fast, who knows. Action's been pretty crazy. Eventual champion taking home over 209 million. Yeah, hats off, Mr. Yun Chao. Playing amazing. Playing fantastic, sir. It's not a surprise to see you've got the chip lead. Gets away from the 10. Got the Philippines Mafia here, standing by the table. Justin coming to join them. Full squad out now. And if we don't see an ace, we will be losing another player here at this final table. Clean for the queens. Yes. Turn. Yes. Just bring more outs.
Yes.
For the ace jack, but no. Wow, very sick, yeah. He is right. He had 10s. Yun Chao, his favorite hand. Would have won again, would have turned a set. But we can't be results orientated. Amazing fold. Only down to 6. Had he called off, we'd be down to 5. Would have been double elimination. But yeah, nice little turn of events for Wang. Great spin up, almost 5 million now. Sitting pretty in the middle of the pack. No one really in the danger zone anymore. And yeah, just like that. 6 left. Everyone guaranteed 39 million. Payouts now starting to get steep, sorry. Jump from 39 straight to 49. From 6th to 5th place. As we see the arrival of the ice latte. Get ready for the coffee porn. And he mixes that espresso into the milk, and you see it swirl around and mix. Very satisfying, very aesthetically pleasing.
谢谢，我肯定有这个点力啊。
Mr. Nielsen there.
我这么鱼，
I had my heart in my throat because he grabbed his stack.
都是点力嘛。
It was just moving it to the side. Okay.
怎么你那么想我走吗？啊？不是，我真觉得他那儿刚才那个牌，我觉得那儿大概率如果打其他比赛肯定要多。他们在看啊，我去看。哎呀，懒得看，他都被淘汰了。
All right, blind v blind. Anton Lu
我也没必要去看。
limping the ace-2 offsuit here. When you are Kang, Queen 10 seed, just over 30 bigs. Yeah, I love this check back. It's very easy to not think about this and just what happens when you get limp raised. You end up burning all your equity then with a beautiful hand like Queen 10.
So 所以我没有在这儿来搞一小动作。我知道你都1000多万了，何在乎我这是？我知道。我俩兄弟的感情从此又升华了一次。
Alrighty, blind v blind action. Kang here, ace-8 offsuit. We can go either way, raise or call. He's going to elect to just flat this one. Does have the chip leader to be scared of on his direct left. Flop here, not just for Kang, but also for Yuncha. Open-ender. Eight on the turn here would be absolute chaos. Instead, it's nice and clean for Kang here. Still way out in front with top pair. Now rivering a piece here with the 5. Perhaps that will be enough for him to try and get this one to showdown. Indeed it will. No need to bluff now. Raise and take it there for Yun Chao. Lovely sizing, 2.5 bigs. That's all it takes to clear out those, well, better hands on paper in terms of high card, but playability not so much. Jack 3 offsuit there. Absolute trash for Martin. Had to send that one into the muck. Even though getting a great price in position, don't want to be calling those kind of hands dirty outs, reverse implied odds. And just getting to showdown is going to be hard enough there already. And if you are watching on the YouTube, be sure to give this video a like. Drop me a comment in the chats as well. Let me know where you're watching from, who you think is going to be your Super High Roller champion. Only 6 players remaining. 5 more eliminations. And we've got a champione. Alrighty, Mr. Nielsen. You know what to do. And he gets the memo.
Count. Lady Gaga
Yeah,
first.
we will need a count.
Lady Gaga
Because
2.
this is a close one.
How much?
12 bigs. Queen 8 suited. If we call and we're wrong, it's half our stack gone. And the hat's coming off now. Mr. Nielsen means business. Yes, sir, that is correct. 2.4 million total. 2.2 more. He's had a sip of his latte. He's feeling caffeinated. Perhaps now he feels like this is go time. Time to gamble. It's a very close spot here. Shout out to Michelle. Hope you're doing well there. Watching all the way from Virginia, United States. Hope you're doing well on this fine afternoon, Michelle. Welcome. Thanks for tuning in. Mr. Wang here, burning through those time banks. Perhaps Queen 9 suit money already goes in. Queen 8 here. Mr. Wang still up.
Only for to you. Only for to you. Hey, sorry. 全部 S。我。怎么说？于 Pro 怎么说？我就不call 不了。I have SM. I know. He have ace. My friend, you don't want me call you, you right? You don't want to call. Yeah, you want me call?
No.
Alone.
I'm happy to take chips, free chips.
Okay.
You can call. If you call, more chance to get first place.
No. I respect for you. So.
谢谢老板。
If this one player you pay all in alcohol.
Pretty decent spot here for Mr. Kang. Looking to dance with the devil. Hoping to get a third 6 on this flop here. Raising it up with the pocket 6s from the hijack. Wow. Cheeky time for a 3-bet here. Mr. Wang. Putting his blocker to work here. That's going to save Mendoza. Had the 5s behind. It's very spicy. Mr. Yuzu Wang. I like it. I'm all for it.
早就牛逼了。牛逼。好。好。你再给我来个吹。啊？你都他妈的干点事儿行不行？一直辅佐。
And once again, a bit of a stalemate here. 6 remaining. Let's spice it up. Need to watch the deck. Change of dealer. Get some coolers incoming. Mendoza here. Cut off. Same spot that Martin was in. Very similar stack as well. Open raise. Kang. Is he considering a 3-bet here? Thinks against it. Wow. Yun Chao with the rejam, King 6 offsuit.
牛逼！这个兄弟赢
Amazing, sir.
当赢，好几把赢。
Great hand to do it with.
KK。
Block your opponent having ace, king, and kings that would induce for that size, but you do not block
哦哟，
the ace x hands that would min raise and fold from the cutoff.
试探你的极限。
So yeah, pretty amazing.
现在有 S 吗？现在也没有 SM 吗？这有什么 SM？ 我跳一下舞啊，舞叫 SM 吗？ 520，应该是第3嘛。有打出来啊，7个币打出来。
Ooh, reshove time from Nilsson. Met with a snap call from Kang. So Nilsson all in and behind here. The mighty Queen Jack once again needs the spike to stay alive, or he will be eliminated here in 6th place. A lot of people on the rail praying for a Queen or Jack right now.
Wow.
Wow. Ace, Queen 10. Martin needs a Queen or King here. Couple of those outs already discarded. 4 outs remaining, as you can see on the top of your screen. Needs a King or Queen on the river. Aya. 8 of spades seals the deal for Mr. Martin Nielsen. Not too bad, sir. Nice run here in the super high roller. 6th place finish. And just like that, we're down to our final 5. Anton Liu been very quiet at this final table. More than happy to keep laddering up, I'm sure. And expecting to change gears a little bit later. Mendoza right now kind of handcuffed with this stack. But once again, fantastic here as the short stack to keep watching people around you bust out.
3个 PP 左右。妈的，幸亏没抓他。大盲。哦，single。哦，OK。抓就第8呀，我就感觉那儿他不会有鸡，要是顶对你妈。
Easy defend here for Yuzu Wang. And a piece for each here. King Jack 4 Rainbow. Anton Liu coming out on top. Top pair, top kicker here. Has position to work for him as well. See a very handsome Julian Warhurst in the background there. Impossible to miss that face glowing under the lights. Amazing turn card for Liu. Improving to top 2. It's quite interesting how to navigate this turn here. Great card for yourself, but not so much for your opponent. And obviously, you can be losing to a hand like Queen 10. How do you size this on the turn here? Where is the line? Looks like 60 to 70% here, around about 2/3 pot. And that will set up the river jam quite nicely here. Yeah, Wang getting out of there. Picked up a good shot on the turn as well, but not going to continue.
Average is 7.5. Third, yeah.
Now, I don't mean to startle you, Grant, but I thought I might sneak in and say a quick hello prior to us coming up to this break in around 15 minutes. Not to give you a fright, I'm deeply apologetic. Let's just get the team to turn my camera on.
My goodness. There's one thing popping up out of the blue there, but with that strong Aussie accent to go with it as well. Nearly had myself a heart attack right there.
Didn't mean for it to be a shock at all. I just thought I'd come and check in to see how everything is going. I've been to the gym. I'm officially back, ready to see this one through to a winner. I must say that I've gotten rid of the suit jacket, so I'm here with a button up, or like a zip up polo, so I hope that's okay. It's a little bit too warm where I am.
Let's go.
Hello there.
Wow,
Welcome
we're
back.
still
How are we
fly.
going?
Pretty fly for a white guy. We're going good,
Trying
man.
to be.
We're chilling and killing. As you can see, one arm up on the couch right now. No decorum from myself, no professionalism, and no F's given either, you know. Just going to put that out there. Anyone that thinks I give one, you're completely wrong. Shades on.
Where are my manners?
Although, yeah, my idol, Mr. Martin Nielsen, wearing the shades, already busted now. Might take the shades off a little bit later, but for now, no. Feeling cool as a cucumber. They're staying on for now. As we pick up the action here on the turn, I have absolutely no idea what's happened. Wang here, jacking off. Can't believe it.
Looks like we've got an open from Yu Yun Chao, who has a lot of the chips from the cutoff, and a flat from Yushu Wang with the King Jack and the small blind. He's going to take it down on the turn. 5 players remaining. I'm seeing a lot of chatter in the YouTubers of a certain Puntonomous might still be in this tournament. Have I got that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. Puntonomous still in the mix. Third in chips right now. Been playing pretty subtle so far. Hanging around. Fly on the wall. But he's there. In there like swimwear.
These guys locked up what seems to be 48.9 million Korean won, so that's fantastic for them. I'm very surprised to see we're already at 5. This one moving along a lot faster than the high roller did just a few nights ago.
Absolutely flying this one. And also, I'm getting some chats in the YouTube as well in Mandarin. Just reported that comment there. Not sure what it says. It was hurting my eyes to try and read it. So that one has been reported there. English only, please, in the chat. And of course, I'm joking. We welcome everyone here. All nationalities, backgrounds, sexes, shapes and sizes. I can't even say that word. Ethnicity. Well, help me out here, Jordan. Ethnicity. There we go. There we go. Religions as well. Throw that one into the mixer. Anything goes here. Ooh, interesting now. Blind v blind. This is a close one here, Jordan. 10 bigs, queen 10 suited. How are we feeling?
Feels like it's probably going to have to be a call with queen 10. And I think even more so because I think Anton's going to know that James Mendoza is capable of having worse hands. He's going to see this and be happy that he's not totally dead. Queen 10 suited doing 48% against ace 9, even with the diamonds. So not going to be too unhappy to see that outcome. But we are going to have to see all 5 to see if Anton Liu can potentially get us one player closer to a victor in this event. See if Puntonomus can get their queen in the window.
Huge Aussie rail there. You can hear these guys. Absolutely wild as always.
Oh, but the flip on the turn, the ace of clubs. And the 8 of diamonds is going to seal the double up for Mr. Mendoza. The Australian contingent very loud as James is going to get the full
Mr.
double.
Rion Balin. Yeah, buddy. I'm sure he's here in attendance supporting his fellow countryman, Mr. James Mendoza. And Jordan, I saw absolutely insane hero call from James Mendoza earlier. He defended 7-8 offsuit from the big blind. The flop came like king 8-5. He check called a bet. The turn was a 5. The action went check, check. The river was a 9. He checked the river and was faced with a 2x pot jam for his tournament life. And he called it off. Was indeed good there with like middle pair, bottom pair.
And what did his opponent have? Like Jack 7 suited or something?
Good question. Slips my mind. Complete airball.
Yeah,
played pretty unconventionally. The line he took,
Interesting.
Mr.
Wonder if he would have
Mendoza,
taken one of those blockers
beast.
blocking the queen jack there, but sounds like Mendoza has zero fear about it, so well played to him.
Yeah, that swing in that last hand, the ace 9, holding, even things up once again. And therefore, still 5-handed here. Still 4 eliminations away from having a super high roller champion. And yeah, need to get Rion Balin, need to get Chris Labrojo here in the background. I'm sure they can sneak onto the set here, try and take a sneaky photo of the players or two. And it is pretty funny to see now all the Filipino floors gravitating around this feature table because their boy James Mendoza having a deep run now. Where have you guys been all serious? Haven't been working this hard. Haven't seen you guys at all, but now your boy about to take this one down. You're all here making yourselves look busy. Have to respect it, to be honest. I'm a big fan of doing that myself.
Potentially interesting spot here was we've got ace 6 and ace jack. Kang looking interested in potentially trying to find a 3-bet here. We can see he's got the blocking properties to be able to give it a go. Yeah, and in it goes 1.3 or 1.1. 1.1, so out of position, this is actually relatively small. What do you think about the size here?
Yeah, I think because the effective stack here of Anton. Don't need to go much bigger here. He's going polarized. If he had aces, he'd go a similar size here. I think this is now a perfect spot for Anton to just 4-bet jam and pick up all the dead money, because we have seen Kang make a few 3-bets already. It's not like he's played super tight at this feature table. And if the Aussie rail of Anton has been telling him the hands that Kang has been doing it with, it's been much wider. I think we saw like a King 5 offsuit in a similar situation, and Kang 3-bet that one and got it through.
See if he's going to pull out the triangle here. Kang Kyun-yong definitely
Again,
capable of finding that 3-bet.
much easier for me to say it's an easy all-in. He's got 25 bigs to start the hand. 5-handed. Yeah. Good lad, Anton. Takes his time. Finds the jam. Great pickup there for Puntonimus. Little mango
very
tango.
well played.
Mango special.
So we are going to be around 5 minutes away from the
cheeky
break,
mango.
guys. Not too long. At which point, I believe you're going to be tagging out and taking a bit of a break. And I'll be running this club solo.
Oh, yes. I'll let you party alone for a short while. I'll be back before we crown a champion a little bit later. And starting to get peckish now. The devil comes knocking. He's telling me to order a pizza.
Devil on the shoulder. Is he going to be obliged today, Grant? I have to ask.
We'll see. I've been in the gym quite a lot lately. Been training hard. I feel like it's fully deserved at this point. But hey, I'm completely delusional and good at being biased towards myself when I want a pizza.
Hey, it's all right. As long as it's a good pizza, none of this Domino's or Pizza Hut stuff. We got to make sure it's a good, high quality, delicious. No, he's shaking his head. Oh,
I'm nodding now, my friend.
kind of pizza
I'm saying no to
for?
Domino's. I'm saying no to Pizza Hut.
Oh, good.
But you can't beat a good Italian pizza. In Bangkok, no shortage here of pizza options. Many Italian restaurants, of course, so many expats. So many people move to Thailand and then open a restaurant from their home country. So you can be sure that we get a lot of damn good food here, and the price, wow, fantastic, my friend. You can order 2 pizzas from this Italian restaurant, including delivery. That will set you back. Let me get my calculations right here. I have to go to USD first, and then from there you can go to Aussie dollars. But 540
if you tell me in
baht,
USD, that's fine.
Including the delivery, 360 would be 10. So 15 USD. Yeah.
Oh wow, $10. That's insane.
Yeah. They are a lot Italian.
Oh wait, no, sorry, 15 USD. I've got it the wrong way. $22.50 Australian. Yeah, that's insane.
There you go. But top quality, my friend. You know, of course you can get cheaper pizzas out there, but this is like very fine dining Italian style pizzas. Struggle to find better, awesome. And for that value, can't beat it.
Absolutely not. Let's see if James is going to be able to beat the opponent here. Bit of a giggle and the 7-4 goes down. I will just quickly make a note here. I'm a big fan of watches, and there looks like plenty of silverware getting shown around at the moment. There's a couple of gentlemen in seat, James and Anton, both flashing some watches there that I must say I'm a big fan of.
Originally from Philippines. Yeah. Famous?
Famous.
No, Triton player. ICM player.
Alrighty, it's going to be break time after this hand, Sir Jordan Bromley. So just like you said, I'll be dipping out for a very short while, potentially going to order that pizza. Let's see, I'll go and have a conversation with the devil. I'm sure it's going to be a short one. As we do see the wolf
Most
there,
definitely.
taking down the final pot before the break. Yeah, good to see you having a great time here, Jordan. I'm loving life as well. Ladies and gents, come right back. 5 left in your super high roller. Peace and love.
Total of 997 entry. In the first place, we'll be taking home 360 million won. Congratulations, we have our final table. total of 997 entry. In the first place, we'll be taking home 360 million won. Congratulations, we have our final table. Total of 997 entry. In the first place, we'll be taking home 360 million won. Congratulations, we have our final table. The grand total of 997 entry. In the first place, we'll be taking home 360 million won. Congratulations, we have our final table. Total of 997 entry. In the first place, we'll be taking home 360 million won. Congratulations, we have our final table.
Welcome back, guys, as we continue here. Final 5 players in the Prestige Super High Roller here at Landing Casino in Jeju. My name's Jordan Bromley. I'll be commentating you for the next couple of hours while Grant is out getting himself some butterbeers, feeling better about things. I hope you guys had a good break. I know I did. Having a great time. Yu and Chow are going to raise under the gun. He's got a 13 million chip stack. He's cruising. Everybody else has much less. Action over to Kang Hyun Yeong, going to put in the call with the 7-5 suited. See a flop here, first hand back. That's a pretty good flop for the 7-5 of spades. 4 outs for Yu and Chow with that king of spades, though. It's always nice to flop a flush, especially in this spot against the chip leader, who is known to be pretty aggressive. And it actually looks like the red chips have come into play. I'm going to guess that those are 250k each, but I don't know for sure. I'm going to have to wait for the clarification from the team. They might be 500ks. And there's the 8 of spades. You don't like that at all. Kang Hyun Yong going from a big favorite to a huge underdog. That one out the top right of screen is not insignificant, though. Would give him a straight flush as the turn bet comes out. And it is a 500k red chip, so 600k there. Getting another look at the 7-5 of spades. May not feel like he can fold this street just yet, but it's obviously very, very uncomfortable. And he fires in the call. Yu Yun Chao going to get a second glance back at his king of spades, making sure he does in fact have it. It's close, but the 5 is not the 4 of spades. 7 high flush is no good for the nut flush. It's time to see just how much Yu Yun Chao is going to want to put in here to put Kang at risk. 6 million behind for Kang, 3.1 million in the middle. Looks like he's going to reach for 1.9, and this is absolutely disgusting if you're sitting in Kang's shoes. Essentially only bidding bluffs as a burglar has snuck onto the feature table. Counting out to see exactly how many chips he has. It's not comfortable. So he is going to let it go. Jack 8 for Yushu under the gun, but it looks like it's actually folded around to James in the cutoff. Nine seven suited. Lines are up to 125, 250, so not super comfortable. Anton going to raise it up to 500. Goes red chip. Absolutely stunning. Kang Hyun Yong has been very active with 3 betting. Wonder if this is going to be a hand to do it with. Looks like he's just going to jam, and Yu Yun Chao is asking for a count. 5 deuces is not going to be important in this hand. They'll let it go. Back over to Anton, who also folds. Hope you guys have fantastic nights. I know I am. I'm having a blast.
Can you give me more red chips? Red chips more.
Yun Chia 10-5. He opened this earlier. I don't think he's going to want to this time. Looks like he's just going to limp it from the small blind over to Yushu Wang. Ace 4. Less than 20 bigs. Ten of clubs on the turn as Yun Chia takes the lead back. King of clubs on the river, though. A fourth club, neither of these guys with one. Check, check, and the 10 is going to be the best hand. Yushu Wang. 18 big blinds, king 3 suited in the small. Going to limp it in. James Mendoza, dinner for 2. King, Queen 6 as the King 3 finds the best hand, but both these guys with a pair. As James is going to flick in the call. These are the two shorties, and they're getting considerably shorter now. 10 on the turn. Adding a gut shot to James's list of outs, but not going to be too significant given it would give the ace a straight as well. It's like Yushu is going to check it over. No, he's not. 800k. Getting my wires crossed over here. And James does let it go, and he is comfortably our short stack. Forgive me, I'm just getting myself some coffee so that I make sure I'm staying awake through the whole FT. It's important to stay caffeinated, especially with these events. They've got a tendency to drag on into the night unless something happens that otherwise wouldn't normally. It looks like the Ace King is potentially thinking about putting some chips in, as it should. Jamming it on Yu Yun Chao. Anton Liu getting out of the way. Apologies if you can hear my squeaky chair. These 5 guys are going to be duking it out for quite some time. Yu Yun Chao very comfortably the chip leader. These other guys with a bit of catching up to do. 9-5 suited. Dolly does get passed up. Yushu Wang. Queen 10 offsuit in the cutoff. A little bit over 21 big blinds to start this one. Looks like it's going to be good enough for an open. Obviously going to be worried about James Mendoza with a jammable stack behind, but luckily does just pass it up. Over to Kang. Likewise, 6 deuce, not today. King 7 limped from Kang. Yu Yun Chao. King 10 just going to check it back. Five of hearts on the turn, changing nothing. The river is a queen, and well, the rich get richer. That's a massive bet fired out. It's a huge bet. It's 2.5x pot. Crowd lingering in the background, wanting to see who's going to take this out. Apologies, you can hear me clicking. Just responding to a couple of people here. Oh, Yu Yun Chao waking up with aces and limping it from the small. Top pair for Yushu could get him into trouble. In goes one big blind, 250. Yu Yun Chao wasting no time, raising to 800. As he's going to put in the call. What will the turn bring? The king of diamonds. Aces, no spade would look very bluffy if he chose a very large size, and that is the way he's going to go. Looks like 1.5 or 2 million. It is 2 million. Very, very quick bet. What are we going to see here from Yushu Wang? Getting a changeover of the dealers. Anton, hungry, feasting down. Yu Yun Chao, queen 10, raising to 500. No action from James as the queen 10 takes it down. On Kang now. 6.3 million to start. Raising to 500. James with a hand he would have loved to play blind v blind. Instead, he's going to have to let it go. Anton Liu. Jack 9 offsuit in the big. Flicks in the call. 5-3 deuce. Decent enough board for Anton, but he's not going to lead out at it. Kang. Doesn't seem overly stoked about this board either. Looking up at the clock to see exactly what the blinds are before firing out a bet, I would think. Yeah, and he is going to reach. Looks like he goes relatively large, 550. No, 650. Chooses half pot, and that's going to be good enough for Anton to let it go. Yushu, Jack 10 offsuit. Looks like he's going to go for another raise from the cutoff. Ace-9 for Anton Liu, though. Started this sub 20 and does cover Yushu. Maybe thinking about ripping this one in. Wow, he decides to fold. Action now on Kang with the 8-6 offsuit. Not even going to defend. Yushu takes down another one.
Oh yeah, but going to Japan for a couple of days. Yeah, just chill. You guys staying here? Oh really? Oh wow.
Action on James. Pocket fives. Starts this one with about 16 big blinds. Are we going to see the all-in triangle requested? Yes, we are. In it goes. Anton not waking up with anything. Kang, oh, pocket nines. And it is going to be a tough time to be a James Mendoza fan. He's going to have to locate one of 2 5s to stay alive because I do not think Kang is going to be folding, and he does re-jam. Over to Yu Yun Chao. Ace 5 into the muck, and he kills one of James Mendoza's outs as well. It's going to be the case 5. Bought GG to James Mendoza in 5th. Let's see the run out. King Jack 8. No help at the moment. Just the 5 of clubs is all that's remaining. Another 8 on the turn. The river. The Queen of Hearts and GG's in the chat for James Mendoza, finishing in 5th position. He's going to take himself home 48,900,000 Korean won. And we are down to 4 players.
牛逼，不的，牛逼。
你是最短的吧？
我是最短的。
Action first on Anton. 9 deuce goes down. Yu Yun Chao with the 6-5 of diamonds. Wow, raised to 1.625. This is a gigantic size. Yushu Wang with the queen 8. Maybe wondering if this is a misclick of some kind. Lets it go.
Hi bro， 你有多少？方便你说。哎。
Get myself some water.
哦，我俩差不多。
The world's best water bottle. Action over to Yushu Wang, King Queen offsuit in the small blind. Probably feel like blind be blind. This is a good luck moment. And he does jam. Anton waking up with the same hand. He's going to ask for a count. It's a 50-50 at the moment, but anything can happen. The cards are on their backs and there's chips all in the middle. Nobody is safe. 2 diamonds gives the free roll with Anton. 6 of clubs is going to seal it though. As the crowd is not happy with that. Somebody wants to see blood. All over to Anton. Queen 9 suited, blind v blind. This could be a triangle moment. And he does jam. What's Kang going to wake up with? Jack 7. This one's going to be folded. And down it goes. So he's actually up to 11 million himself, so he's got a pretty healthy stack too.
你们妈的，星期20个 VP 他妈推来推去，
气你干嘛？这里就我俩短码了，我们俩就要赛就赛了。
不是，
我可以圈啊，我肯定要推的啊。我也去推一些强弱结合的范围啊，我他妈这不推吗？
A 圈肯定在。我都会开了。
Over to Yushu, 6-5 suited. Ace 8 for Kang in the small. Can't be doing anything too rash against the only player that covers him at this table. Looks like he tends to agree. No, he is going to raise. Takes it up to 850. Goes for the 3.5 times size. Yu and Chow just getting straight out of the way with the 9-4. Raise from Kang with the 9-3 suited. Action over to Yushu Wang, ace 7. Just going to call. Wouldn't have hated to see a jam here, but decides to play it safe. Jack 6 deuce, just one heart. C-bet from Kang. What is Yushu going to do? Puts in the call, and the ace of hearts on the turn is very interesting. Kang picking up a 9 high flush draw. Yushu with top pair. Checking it over. Is Kang going to check back and try and realize this flush draw? No, he's not. He's firing a second shell. This one seems pretty considerable.
How much?
$1.7. It's almost full pot. Yushu with only 3.6 behind.
All in.
All in is announced, and Kang for this amount probably feels like he can't fold, even though he hates it. This is a math equation now. It's purely a matter of how much he needs to call against how many outs he feels like he has. Calling 2 million to potentially win 9. I think the math stacks up if all of his flush draw outs are there. Yushu really staring him down. Thinking this one through. Puts in the call, but he's not happy about it.
他买后门花，我顶对推他。
9-3 of hearts against ace-7. And let's see the river. The River Queen, and the crowd is absolutely mortified. Yushu Wang eliminated in 4th place. Locked himself up 64,600,000 Korean won. Ace-3 for Yu Yun Chao. Now we are 3-handed.
15?
15, and then you have like 17.
All in and a call once more. Anton with the Queen 9 in against Kang's King 10. This is to potentially get us heads up. There were 5 players not long ago and we're all of a sudden potentially down to heads up should Anton not improve. Let's see all 5 to see who comes out on top. Queen and a couple of diamonds is very, very good for Anton. Another queen is going to seal it. As the crowd goes absolutely ballistic. Very supportive rail there for Anton. Antonymous doing it. Staying alive in this event. Anton, King 8 suited, is going to raise it to 600. Yuan Chao folding 8 deuce. Ace 10 for Kang. Still with 11 million. Yuan Chao with 17. He's going to get 3-bet by Yuan Chao here. The King Jack offsuit putting in work. Jack 7-5 as Yu Yun Chao once again finding the best hand with top pair. Check, check. Turn is the 3 of hearts. In goes the delayed C-bet from Yu Yun Chao. You up to 19 million.
비슷해요. 비슷해. 제 왕국 비슷해. 심리더고 비슷해요.
Kang. King 10 offsuit in the small. Just going to limp. What are we going to see from Yu Yun Chao? He's dominated. But he's going to be doing the raising. Instantly up to 800K. Looks like limp jam was the option. Three players remaining. 63 entered. You guys in the chat cheering on for Kang to ship this. He's definitely giving it his best, that's for sure. Queen 8-6. Bit of 300 from the ace high. A quick call from Anton, who turns a straight and flush draw. I don't know if he's got enough outs. 20 of them at the top of the screen. Looks like he's going to fire out full pot, 1.5 million, and takes it down. You're going to raise 6-4. Over to Kang with the Queen 5 offsuit. Started this with 30 bigs. Does just fold.
No, nothing. Just, I'm just carded. Nah, I'm second in chips now, but it's like equal second. I was like 9, he's like 8 point something.
Anton saying that he's pretty card dead at the moment.
Yeah, he's got like 28. 30, 28.
So we get a bit of an insight into his conversation here. Bet a 350. Kang just setting the trap with trips. 3 of diamonds on the turn, changing nothing. The check mark is firmly in Kang's hands. This time you dust checks back, and that's a river that he might get paid on. You guys in YouTube really, really loving Kang. Fires out the river bet. Gets shown. The bad news does you. Brennan Ho on YouTube says, I love Anton. I'm very happy for you. Anton's sitting pretty comfortable here. He was quite short earlier, but things have since changed. King deuce for Kang, raising to 600 over to Anton. 10-8 suited. He really does not want to see diamonds. So I'm just going to grab a quick drink, sorry. Puts in the call. 10-8 suited against the King deuce. Let's see who comes out on top. Looks like King high is going to be the best hand on the flop. The flop goes check, check. Turn is a 6, and I think Anton may want to reach out and try and take this one away. No, he just decides to check 10 high twice. The 9 on the river. Feasibly a card that Anton could connect with, and he's going to reach and bet accordingly. 1 million. It's a matter of whether or not Kang believes him. His interest has been piqued here. Maybe there's a universe where King high could be good. Conveniently for him, it is this one to find the call. Not an easy one to make, though. There's definitely plenty of 9x that could be in Anton's range that would play it exactly like this. But the call goes in. Wow. Very nice hand from Kang. King high is going to win it. Very, very sick hero. With that, Anton is going to slip down. $10-8 for Kang this time. And it's a much better for 10-8 on this occasion. 10-9-6. Top pair and a gut shot. Queen of clubs on the turn. Another check from Kang. What's you going to do? Checks it as well. River, the 3 of spades, changing absolutely nothing. Bet a 900 and a very quick fold. Action first on Anton. Folding. Kang. 14 million now. Raising to 850. I wonder if Yu is going to attempt a 3-bet with the king 6. Yes, he will. Takes it north. Looks like 2.5 or 2.8. Wow, that's a big size. Kang going to get a look back. Does decide just to fold. Getting a look at the chip counts. Anton, our short stack, but not super short. 25 big blinds is still definitely enough to work with. Yu Yun Chao up in the lead with 58. Yu. Ace-8 offsuit. She's going to limp the small blind. Anton takes the lead. Queen of spades on the turn. Neither player with a spade. Another check from Yu. Another check back from Anton. The 10 on the river. Pair of fives is going to be comfortably the best hand. Are we going to see any bet here from Yu Yun Chao? Yes, we are. Looks like the thinnest of thin value bets, and it's not going to work out. Hands on Jack 10 suited in the small blind.
Owen.
Decides to find the 3-bet jam. Back over to Yu Yun Chao with the ace-4 suited. Anton's going to take that one away.
On.
Yu just going to check 9-3. King 7-5. couple of spades. Queen high still in the lead. Repeat 5 on the turn. You with 8 outs to improve. And a river 7, and these guys are going to chop it. Ace 8-3, couple of diamonds. Kang taking the lead. Jack of hearts on the turn, giving you a gut shot. Kang still very much in front, though, with his pair of aces. See if we're going to see a bet from him here. Looks like he is going to fire out $1 million. No, 1.5 even. What is you going to do here on this jack? He has the gut shot to Broadway. Reaching for chips, fires in the call. Kang needing to fade a 10 on the river. It's the 4 of clubs. That is safe. These guys are going to show it down, and Ace is going to win. Yu Yun Chao, 7-3 suited. just folding over to Anton Liu, Jack 4. As the blinds are probably due to tick up at any moment. I'm doing my best to try and translate these messages that I'm getting in chat that aren't in English. I'm sorry, guys. Oh, raise from Kang, Yu Yun Xiao next to Act Ace King. Back over to Kang. He does cover Yu Yun Xiao now after a couple of hands that they've played. Gets a look and decides to let it go. Anton in the small. Going to try and complete here with the 6-5. Is Kang going to let him do that, though? (10-4) deuce. Gut shot for the 6-5. Ten of diamonds on the turn. This king high becoming stronger and stronger with this turn card. Anton, there's still 8 outs. He's going to reach. Fires in about a 300k. And the deuce river means that king high is definitely the best hand. And I wonder whether or not Anton is a little bit gun shy off the back of the attempted bluff before with 10-8. He got looked up by king high then. He may get looked up by King High now. How much has he bet? 600k. I don't think this is going to work. I think Kang is going to flick in another hero. Having a 3 isn't too great. You do block some bluffs like 5-3, 6-3. Still puts in the call. 6-5 no good for the second time in a matter of less than half an hour. Kang has found the hero. Oh, Kang, Queen Jack suited. Definitely the man in command right now. Yu puts in the call with King Queen and flops pretty well. 2 overs and the King High flush draw. Kang with some backdoor straight draws and flush draws of his own, but for now, King High is very well in the lead. Check from Kang. Are we going to see a check back from Yu Yun Chao here? Yes, he does. Turn card is the 5 of clubs, and both of these guys are flushing now. Wow. 2 million the bet from Kang Hyun Yong. Yu Yun Chao feels like he's got a very easy decision. So just put in the call and see what happens on the river. That's what he does. Pot swelling up to 7.2 million. And the 7 of diamonds is a gigantic brick. Whoever buckles first will lose in this one. Kang getting another glance at his cards. Reaching back for those yellow chips, 100k each. He checks. If Yu shows this down, Kang is going to feel mighty foolish, and the Queen Jack gets turned over. King High the best hand. Kang looking a bit disgusted. deuces for Yu Yun Chao. Going to be ripping on Anton. Anton not able to call. Fold from Yu Yun Chao. Anton Lu 9-7. Going to try and limp, see if Kang is going to punish him for it. 7-3. Not going to put in a raise. Couple Jackson and ace. Neither of these guys connecting. Better 400 from Anton and a quick fold from Kang. Nice pot going Anton's way. Leong Shun saying Anton never loo. That is fantastic. Puntonimus definitely going to try and spin it back up here. Ace-8 offsuit, raising from the button. Kang. Setting the cards down. Queen-3 suited. He's been very active with 3-betting Anton. I wonder if this is going to be another hand he chooses to take. No, he does decide to let it go as Yu Yun Chao getting a good stretch. 9 deuce goes down. Anton back up to almost 20. Getting a look at the chip counts now. Things are starting to get a little bit on the shallow side. Yu with a hand to jam on Anton with. Instead, he just decides on a raise. To 1.3 million. Anton just getting out of the way, even though he has a suited hand. King Queen for Yu Yun Chao raising. As I must say, welcome back, Grant Gardner. You have appeared. My prayers have been answered.
Finally, they have allowed me to put my video back on once again and granted me some audio access. So yeah, Jordan, good to be back, sir. How we doing? What have I missed? Fill me in.
Doing fantastically. I sent you through a photo of the last chip counts. At this stage, Yu Yun Chao hovering around that 17 million mark. Kan Hyun Yong, 13 million. Anton, our short stack, but he's battling. Still hovering around 20 bigs as we got some more action between Kang and Yu Yun Chao. These guys have been going at each other. King 9-4, though, this is all you. Looks like he's going to bet accordingly and take it down. Did you have a nice short break? Get a couple of butter beers in?
Absolutely, my friend. Absolutely flying off the butterbeers once again. Just wash that down with a little bit of magic holy water here.
Ooh, what kind of holy water is that?
I can't tell you, sir. But it's the one if you put
Secret.
the drops in and you put your head inside, you can see the memories. You know that one, right?
Right, yes. What was it called in Dumbledore's... I'll remember. I'll think on it and I'll remember.
Yeah, it slipped my mind because someone has stolen my vial. You know, they've taken it out.
Yep,
so
that's it.
I can't remember. Obviously, it's gone.
No, I will remember it. Give me some time. I'll think on it. Because it's like a pivotal
Take your
part of
time.
Harry Potter lore to know it.
But yeah, the devil, he won. We ordered the pizza, of course. And
Nice. How was
pretty
it?
fantastic.
Rating
I have
out
to
of
say.
10.
It's a solid 8.5.
Okay.
Oh yes.
It's confident. I like it.
Oh yes. You know it.
Ooh,
Boston and
Kang with a
Flossing
solid
and
9.5.
really Rick Rossing. I would just love to know, sorry, exactly what you're thinking right now. But please don't say it live on air, you know, we're not going to go there. But yeah, we are Boston and Flossing and Rick Rossing, trust me.
Boston, Flossen, Rick Rossen, Vossi Boppin,
Yeah,
doing all of the
I
things.
love the
Look
awkward
like
silence
Anton
as well.
maybe triangle requesting as the ace 10 facing a raise and a call is probably going to be a worthy enough candidate to rip the biscuits in with, but Kang is not going to be responding kindly. Wow.
Wow. That's insane. What a fold. That is insanity. I can't believe it. And it's
That
actually
is one
crazy
of the
that
most in folds I've ever seen.
wow. Yun Chao as well, as the chip leader from the small blind, it's also interesting he chose to just flat this hold in. Easily you can go after the button there. In fact, I think you can even potentially just jam this. Kang starting the hand like, it looks to be like 27 bigs effective, right? I think this King Jack performs pretty amazing as a jam here. It chose to flat and Anton still gets away. Take a bow, sir.
That is an absolutely insane fold. The 9 of diamonds is going to add some additional flush outs to the King Jack of diamonds of Yu Yun Chao, but as of right now, Kang is poised to potential double because I don't think Yu is going to be too eager to fold this hand.
Still mind blown. Anton never loo, and that is why. But yeah, juicy turn here. Yun Chao. He just knew. He just knew.
Kang eyeing off Yu as he's probably very confused what this donk donk means. He's going to throw in another call, and we'll see you at the river, which is the 6 of hearts. So that flush draw does brick. And we could see a flipping of the chip lead here.
Yeah, I think it will happen.
Wow, the check.
I think now Mr. Kang can feel so comfortable. He's got the best hand here. So what are we sizing against here? A weaker king? Do we try and get greedy? Are we going to go small? But yeah, if he bets even 1/3 pot here, he becomes the chip leader after the hand for the first time at this final table.
I wouldn't be shocked to see him go something like half pot, maybe even slightly larger. But I don't really know what his hand looks like. I mean, it looks like potentially a 7 when he just calls twice instead of raising. Looks like he's reaching for those. Yeah, wow, he goes very large. This is 4.5 million going into the middle.
Yeah, I like it. If he is floating the flop with some backdoors and then picked up more equity on the turn, if he's bricked off here, what size is he going to choose? And I think it's going to be similar to this, right? It's going to be a big chunky size that will get your opponent to fold most of the time. So yeah, he's perfectly balanced here when he actually has it as well. And now Yun Chao, I don't see how you can fold this hand after donking twice and choosing to check the river. It's such a tough spot, right?
Yeah, definitely. Unless you exclusively think your opponent's going to trap better hands on flop and turn, I mean, I think a hand like King 10 may bet like this. I don't know. The issue is that I don't know what bluffs are going to choose this size. Like what's a candidate for a bluff that you're going to have in this spot that calls flop and turn? Especially when you has the Jack of Diamonds, because so many of those hands that I'm trying to think of incorporate that. Queen Jack of Diamonds, Jack 10 of Diamonds, Ace Jack of Diamonds even. Like all of those hands are kind of covered by that Jack of Diamonds. The time bank gets utilized, and I'm not surprised. But then on the counter side, what hands are going to potentially raise turn to jam river with when that flush draw appears? Like, does you expect a hand like Ace King of Clubs to jam the turn when the flush draw appears? Does it expect it just to call? Does it expect to raise as the fold gets made? And that is a fantastic fold.
Yeah, 2 amazing folds in that hand. Mr. Anton Liu, the first one pre-flop. Mr. Yun Chao there, he looks kind of disappointed, but he won't when he watches this stream back. Amazing fold, sir.
To be honest, he played the hand in a way that saved him doubling Kang up entirely. Because if he played the flop as a check and called the flop, he may have check jam turn when he turns top pair in a flush draw. At which point, Kang would be sitting there with the comfortable chip lead. And tell me if I'm talking out of place and I might not have that correct, but it feels like the best case scenario for you, given how he played it, and potentially the worst for Kang.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Yun S in the YouTube streets is saying should be a minimum of 4 million bet. The bluffs are going to come from Jack 10, Queen Jack, Queen 10. Ace Jack may not bluff. That's true. Ace Jack may just show down, but I don't know what Ace Jack hopes to beat against Donk Donk. So maybe Ace Jack has kind of fake showdown, may have to bluff that hand. And Yun then says probably should have been a pre-flop jam, but he got away with it. And I can't disagree with you there. For the amount of ways that hand probably could have and should have gone, the way it went worked out best for Yu Yun Chao. Kang going to be ripping on Anton here, and Anton slides down to 14 big blinds.
Yeah, I think Yuan hit the nail on the head there. Absolutely, sir. Like you said, should have been a pre-flop jam, but got away with it there. Didn't take the spot. Actually ended up saving money. And had he taken the spot and jammed, potentially Kang now runaway chip leader. But instead, things are as they are. Mr. Anton Liu. Still the short stack. Three-handed here.
Limp from Kang, check from the threes of Yu Yun Chao. And the 8-7 takes the lead on a very, very favorable board for it. Yu does have a gut shot, but not clean. Only one of the two remaining threes are going to be nice, and instead it's the 8 of clubs, which does add a flush draw to the underpair. 17 outs now, as you can see in the top right of screen. Because any 4 or 9 would also chop this pot up. Instead, the set is going to be the river, and Yu does improve to the best hand. Things just working out for him at the moment. This is what it was like when we were watching five-handed. Yu couldn't step a foot wrong. He's going to river a set, shake his head, put in the call, and show down the best hand. Bit of a chuckle from both these guys. Anton slipping down to 14 big blinds. Yu still in the lead, 45. Yu, 9-8, jamming on Anton. Anton getting out of there. Down to 12 bigs now. Kang going to put in the call with Jack-6 offsuit. Pretty wide. Not sure whether or not you'd want to be defending this with how short Anton is, but he's going to see a King 9-4 flop. Not good. Yu, once again, best hand. He's going to check it over, set the trap. Turns Kang dead. Kang not falling for it, though. In goes the delayed C-bet, and I think this is going to be met with a very quick fold. Yep, down it goes. hanging the small blind, going to come along with 10-8. You, king queen suited, but instantly checking. That trap being set straight away. Ace 9
Interesting,
deuce.
yeah.
Holds on to the lead.
Would have definitely expected an isolation race for value. Good man, Mr. Yun Chao. Keeping his man honest, making the call on the turn with the king high.
And he takes himself up to 22 million with that pot. I think that is the largest lead at any point so far in this event.
Yeah, pretty commanding now. Got everyone at least 2-1 here in chips. Got to climb uphill if they're going to undo this deficit here and stop Mr. Yun Chao running away with this one. Right now, Mr. Yun Chao absolutely bossing and flossing.
Rick Rosson, Vossi Boppin. You jamming. Anton folding. Sub 10 big blinds now.
Yeah, Mr. Yun Chao is very clearly a studied player, if not extremely experienced, because he definitely knows his ranges when it comes to a lot of different dynamics. His final table has been extremely impressive, and surprised to see him now with this commanding chip lead.
Over to Anton. Lots of hands he's going to be ripping here. I don't know if Jack Deuce offsuit qualifies for 9 bigs, though, when he has to let it go.
Yeah, stay strong,
No
my
doubt
friend.
Kang very
Not over
happy.
yet. But let's not lose our cool. Tight is right. Be disciplined.
Ooh, ace 10 for Anton. Easiest jam he's had in quite a while. 9 big blinds. Guys aren't waking up with anything, though. The crowd goes wild for him getting a rip through. We love to hear it.
Not quite sure what he said there in the audience, but definitely screaming in support of Mr. Anton Liu.
Most definitely. As we pass 1 a.m. local time. Definitely getting late into the early hours of the morning.
Oh yeah, these guys better hurry it up, otherwise I'm going to call the floor. Tell him to put the blinds up. 5 million, 10 million. Let's get this wrapped up. Need to get an early night, Jordan. You know, we've got the closer tomorrow, of course.
Closer, still an event where these players at the series have an opportunity to win a coveted champion's jacket.
我这次 fold 跟有牌，
前面都比你大，前面都比你规炫的。可能你前几把抓勾先被淘汰了，对吧？是。哪里的？不知道，没拿那个。
We'll let you know that these guys are scheduled to take a break in about 10 minutes. Anton, 11.5 bigs, Jack 8 suited on the button. What do we think, Grant?
Yeah, interesting spot. Anton surely knows better than me. So I'm going to see what the master wants to do here. Yeah, there you go. 100% there, using the AI in real time. He's actually a robot. He's not human. But yeah, I can confirm. Definitely AI, 100%. Lots of hard work from Anton behind the scenes to get to the level he's at today.
AI standing for all in, of course.
Absolutely. Not really sure what else it could stand for, but yeah, you're right, sir.
This has been a very, very fun 10 days. I've had a blast. Action first on
Not over
Kang
yet,
here.
my friend.
Absolutely not. The closer will be closing tomorrow. Funny. Queen 10 for Kang, Yu and Chow with the King 7.
Kind of feels nice. Potentially triangle time. Kang here is going to have to fold so many good hands because of the stack of Anton. Nope, lets it go.
Oh, Ace Queen for Yu and Chow. Started this one with 21 million. Touch over 50 bigs. Kang not going to stick around.
第一把show 的，都有一个show的动作，秀的好多把。
12 big blinds for Anton. Going to have to get some run good going his way.
Oh, yeah. I'm sending it right now. Let's go. Anton Neverlu. Great run already here, but surely not looking to call it a day just yet. 3 players remaining. I'm sure this place will be going wild. The roof will literally pop off if he does end up taking this one down.
Oh, and he's going to put most of it in here with the ace-9. Kang and Yu not waking up with anything, though. Still folding. Jeju since 1295. Probably hovering around 12.95 million. So close. Queen 7. As it sounds like somebody is...
Yeah, some construction work going on right now in the casino. You know, the series wrapping up end of tomorrow, so they're starting to unpack the place already.
Yeah, MC Hammer performing in the background. Haha. Raising to 800k. Anton not going to stick around. Yu opening ace jack, Kang a6 offsuit.
Yeah, don't do it, buddy. Perhaps he's thinking about turning this hand into a 3-bet bluff. Would be bad timing.
And there he goes. He's done this a few times. He did it very notably a couple of times against Anton, and the second time Anton said nah and ripped on him with ace-9. 2.9 million, and you can kind of do whatever he wants here. And if Kang is ICM aware, which it seems like from how he's played, he very much is, he's going to have to fold a wide array of hands against a jam. What is Yu going to do? And he does pull the trigger. Bad news for Kang. He's going to get a second look at the ace-6, let out a big sigh. And let go.
Let's go to the Aussie rail. Screaming there, and Anton telling him, I wasn't even in that hand. So fantastic. Don't even need their boy to be involved in the action to go wild. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie indeed.
Yeah, those Australians, they're a rowdy bunch. I wouldn't trust them as far as I could throw them. Anton with 7s. Puts in most of them. It's interesting that he's putting in 2.5 and keeping a portion behind. Given the blinds are at a point where should it go rejam from Kang, snap from you, he can just let it go. Kang puts in the call. And you with the Queen Jack suited as well.
This is wild.
It's definitely a big opportunity for Anton, but if it goes three-way, then the odds of him making the best hand is pretty unlikely. 5.8 out there, Anton down to 2.1 behind. And I'm really curious to see what he does. That is a horrific flop for his hand. I really wonder what Kang does. He decides just to lead jam. And I don't know about this. Would you not rather check and allow Anton to do it? Because if Anton now has an underpair, he just can fold. Yeah, Anton with a bit of a shrug and just has to let it go. And with that, we are going to go on a 15-minute break, you guys. We'll be back continuing three-handed action relatively soon.
I had sevens.
Don't go too far.
Small one cold. Small one jam. Folded. Yeah. No, small one. He like called my like half folding. Yeah, and don't jam the flop on a second jam.
grand total of 997 entry. In the first place, we'll be taking home 360 million won. Congratulations, we have our final table. Total of 997 entry. In the first place, we'll be taking home 360 million won. Congratulations, we have our final table. grand total of 997 entry. In the first place, we'll be taking home 360 million won. Congratulations, we have our final table. Total of 997 entry. In the first place, we'll be taking home 360 million won. Congratulations, we have our final table.
Welcome back,
All right,
guys.
let us,
It is party time. These three guys battling it out still. Anton with, I think, 4 big blinds behind or 2 big blinds behind total. Has barely any chips. You just has to rip it in. 8-4 offsuit's good enough. And in goes the rest. Anton with the chance to find a double here. Does have the best hand, but needs to fade a lot of 8s and 4s. And how about one of each? Seven adds a lot of outs. Any 9 or 5 will improve him, but at the moment, he has 8 outs or his tournament run is over. And the King of Hearts will seal it.
I get the GGs out in the chat, guys. So Mr. Anton Liu, your third place finisher. So just like that, straight away here, we're going to our heads up battle. So I do believe we'll take a short break now, potentially rearrange the stacks, take some heads up photos, and then we'll be right back to, finally crown a champion in your prestige super high roller.
Total of 997 entry. In the first place, we'll be taking home 360 million won. Congratulations, we have our final table. total of 997 entry. In the first place, we'll be taking home 360 million won. Congratulations, we have our final table. Total of 997 entry. In the first place, we'll be taking home 360 million won. Congratulations, we have our final table. of 997 entry. In the first place, will be taking home 360 million won.
Welcome back, guys.
All right.
As we carry on here, heads up now. Trophy has been placed into the center of the table, and let the games begin. 250, 500K.
Absolutely electric. Not quite sure where I'm getting that from, but that is some serious final table music. But yeah, here we are, Jordan. We're now in this heads-up battle for your Prestige Super High Roller. These two gents fighting all final table. And one of them very soon will be putting their hands on that trophy. And of course, the exclusive Champions jacket. And tomorrow will be a pleasure to round off this series with yourself, Jordan, with coverage of the closer.
Yeah, absolutely. Final day of the series tomorrow. Whoop, Yu Yun Chao. King Jack suited. Oh,
wow, this could be a quick heads up, my friend.
In straight away. Less than 20 big blinds has to be a good luck moment from these nines, and I don't know if King Jack suited is going to be folding.
Wow, looks like he's going to induce it here rather than just jam. He's going to go for a non-all-in size. Does that open the door now?
3.8 million.
For a 4-bet jam, Jordan.
I mean, I'm going to have to say so, yeah. All-in is announced. And the chips have gone in. Nine's turned over. Yu Yun Chao with an opportunity to win it right now. Should Kang win this, he's actually going to take the chip lead. Let's see all 5 to potentially crown a champion in the Red Dragon Prestige High Roller. There's a jack right there. Kang needing to find a 9 and a 9 only. Aces, no help. 1 of 2 outs on this river. What will it be? It's another ace. It's all over. GG's in the chat.
What a fantastic day
for Kang.
Another amazing grind it's been here in the booth. We've had, of course, your main event champion. And now we have a super high roller champion. Valiant performance. This man absolutely dominated the final table. And wow, I have to say, very deservedly, he is the champion, Jordan.
Yeah, congratulations to Yu Yun Chao. He had a hell of a grind. He played like an absolute madman, crushing everybody that came in his way. And very rewardingly, he is the champion here. And with that, I think that is going to conclude us. Thanks for watching, guys. We'll see you tomorrow for the closer.